When the merchant saw the soldier, he stared at him with wide open eyes. "Well, soldier," said he, "I know a good deal, and as to my daughter, we needn't speak of her. She was awfully sharp, she was. But, really, you know more than we do. Come now, master merchant, pay me for my work." So the merchant handed him over 200 rubles. The soldier took them, thanked him, and then went home, and gave his family a feast. The next chapter will contain a number of vampire stories which, in some respects, resemble these tales of homicidal corpses. But most of them belong, I think, to a separate group, due to a different myth or superstition from that which has given rise to such tales as those quoted above. The vampire is actuated by a thirst which can be quenched only by blood, and which impels it to go forth from the grave and destroy. But the enchanted corpses which rise at midnight, and attempt to rend their watchers, appear to owe their ferocity to demoniacal possession. After the death of a witch, her body is liable, says popular tradition, to be tenanted by a devil, as may be seen from No. 3, and to corpses thus possessed have been attributed by the storytellers the terrible deeds which Indian tales relate of Rakshasas and other evil spirits. Thus in the story of Niscayedatta, in the 7th book of the Kathasarit Sagara, the hero and the 4 pilgrims, his companions, have to pass a night in a deserted temple of Shiva. It is haunted by a Yakshini, a female demon, who turns men by spells into brutes, and then eats them, so they sit watching and praying beside a fire round which they have traced a circle of ashes. At midnight the demon enchantress arrives, dancing and blowing on a flute made of a dead man's bone. Fixing her eyes on one of the pilgrims, she mutters a spell, accompanied by a wild dance. Out of the head of the doomed man grows a horn, he loses all command over himself, leaps up, and dances into the flames. The Yakshini seizes his half-burnt corpse and devours it. Then she treats the 2nd and the 3rd pilgrim in the same way. But just as she is turning to the 4th, she lays her flute on the ground. In an instant the hero seizes it, and begins to blow it and to dance wildly around the Yakshini, fixing his eyes upon her and applying to her the words of her own spell. Deprived by it of all power, she submits, and from that time forward renders the hero good service. 368 In one of the skazkas a malignant witch is destroyed by a benignant female power. It had been predicted that a certain baby princess would begin flying about the world as soon as she was 15. So her parents shut her up in a building in which she never saw the light of day, nor the face of a man. For it was illuminated by artificial means, and none but women had access to it. But one day, when her nurses and Momsali had gone to a feast at the palace, she found a door unlocked, and made her way into the sunlight. After this her attendants were obliged to allow her to go where she wished, when her parents were away. As she went roaming about the palace she came to a cage in which a Zartitsa 369 lay as if dead. This bird, her guardians told her, slept soundly all day, but at night her papa flew about on it. Farther on she came to a veiled portrait. When the veil was lifted, she cried in astonishment, "Can such beauty be?" and determined to fly on the Zartitsa to the original of the picture. So at night she sought the Zartitsa, which was sitting up and flapping its wings, and asked whether she might fly abroad on its back. The bird consented and bore her far away. 3 times it carried her to the room of the prince whose portrait she had so much admired. On the 1st and 2nd occasion he remained asleep during her visit, having been plunged into a magic slumber by the Zartitsa. But during her 3rd visit he awoke, and he and she wept, and exchanged betrothal rings. So long did they remain talking that, before the Zartitsa and his rider could get back, the day began to dawn. The bird sank lower and fell to the ground. Then the princess, thinking it was really dead, buried it in the earth, having first cut off its wings, and attached them to herself so as to walk more lightly. After various adventures she comes to a land of mourning. "Why are you so mournful?" she asks. "Because our king's son has gone out of his mind," is the reply. "He eats a man every night." Thereupon she goes to the king and obtains leave to watch the prince by night. As the clock strikes 12, the prince, who is laden with chains, makes a rush at her, but the wings of the Tsartitsa rustle around her, and he sits down again. This takes place 3 times, after which the light goes out. She leaves the room in search of the means of rekindling it, sees a glimmer in the distance, and sets off with a lantern in search of it. Presently she finds an old witch who is sitting before a fire, above which seethes a cauldron. "What have you got there?" she asks. "When this cauldron seethes," replies the witch, "within it does the heart of Prince Ivan rage madly." Pretending to be merely getting a light, the princess contrives to splash the seething liquid over the witch, who immediately falls dead. Then she looks into the cauldron, and there, in truth, she sees the prince's heart. When she returns to his room, he has recovered his senses. "Thank you for bringing a light," he says. "Why am I in chains?" "Thus and thus," says she. "You went out of your mind and ate people." Whereat he wonders greatly. 370 The Tsartitsa, or fire bird, which plays so important a part in this story, is worthy of special notice. Its name is sufficient to show its close connection with flame or light. 371 And its appearance corresponds with its designation. Its feathers blaze with silvery or golden sheen, its eyes shine like crystal, it dwells in a golden cage. In the depth of the night it flies into a garden, and lights it up as brightly as could 1,000 burning fires. A single feather from its tail illuminates a dark room. It feeds upon golden apples which have the power of bestowing youth and beauty, or according to a Croatian version, on magic grasses. Its song, according to Bohemian legends, heals the sick and restores sight to the blind. We have already seen that, as the phoenix, of which it seems to be a Slavonic counterpart, dies in the flame from which it springs again into life, so the Tsartitsa sinks into a death-like slumber when the day dawns, to awake to fresh life after the sunset. One of the skazkas 372 about the Tsartitsa closely resembles the well-known German tale of the Golden Bird 373, but it is a chapbook story, and therefore of doubtful origin. King Vwislav has an apple tree which bears golden fruits. These are stolen by a Tsartitsa which flies every night into the garden, so he orders his sons to keep watch there by turns. The elder brothers cannot keep awake, and see nothing, but the youngest of the 3, Prince Ivan, though he fails to capture the bird, secures one of its tail feathers. After a time he leaves his home and goes forth in search of the bird. Aided by a wolf, he reaches the garden in which the Tsartitsa lives, and succeeds in taking it out of its golden cage. But trying, in spite of the wolf's warning, to carry off the cage itself, an alarm is sounded, and he is taken prisoner. After various other adventures he is killed by his envious brothers, but of course all comes right in the end. In a version of the story which comes from the Bukovina, one of the incidents is detailed at greater length than in either the German or the Russian tale. When the hero has been killed by his brothers, and they have carried off the Tsartitsa, and their victim's golden steed, and his betrothed princess, as long as he lies dead, the princess remains mute and mournful, the horse refuses to eat, the bird is silent, and its cage is lustreless. But as soon as he comes back to life, the princess regains her spirits, and the horse its appetite. The Tsartitsa recommences its magic song, and its cage flashes anew like fire. In another skazka 374 a sportsman finds in a forest a golden feather of the Tsartitsa, like fire does the feather shine. Against the advice of his heroic steed, he picks up the feather and takes it to the king, who sends him in search of the bird itself. Then he has wheat scattered on the ground, and at dawn he hides behind a tree near it. Presently the forest begins to roar, the sea rises in waves, and the Tsartitsa flies up, lights upon the ground and begins to peck the wheat. Then the heroic steed gallops up, sets its hoof upon the bird's wing, and presses it to the ground, so that the shooter is able to bind it with cords, and take it to the king. In a variant of the story, the bird is captured by means of a trap, a cage in which pearls large and small have been strewed. I had intended to say something about the various golden-haired or golden-horned animals which figure in the skazkas, but it will be sufficient for the present to refer to the notices of them which occur in Professor de Gubernates's Zoological Mythology. And now I will bring this chapter to a close with the following weird story of the warlock. 375. There was once a mujik, and he had 3 married sons. He lived a long while, and was looked upon by the village as a koldun or wizard. When he was about to die, he gave orders that his sons' wives should keep watch over him after his death for 3 nights, taking 1 night apiece, that his body should be placed in the outer chamber 376, and that his sons' wives should spin wool to make him a kaftan. He ordered, moreover, that no cross should be placed upon him, and that none should be worn by his daughters-in-law. Well, that same night the eldest daughter-in-law took her seat beside him with some grey wool, and began spinning. Midnight arrives. Says the father-in-law from his coffin, "Daughter-in-law, art thou there?" She was terribly frightened, but answered, "I am." "Art thou sitting?" "I sit." "Dost thou spin?" "I spin." "Grey wool." "Grey." "For a kaftan." "For a kaftan." He made a movement towards her. Then a second time he asked again, "Daughter-in-law, art thou there?" "I am." "Art thou sitting?" "I sit." "Dost thou spin?" "I spin." "Grey wool." "Grey." "For a kaftan." "For a kaftan." She shrank into the corner. He moved again, came a couple of yards nearer her. A third time he made a movement. She offered up no prayer. He strangled her, and then lay down again in his coffin. His sons removed her body, and next evening, in obedience to his paternal behest, they sent another of his daughters-in-law to keep watch. To her just the same thing happened, he strangled her as he had done the first one. But the third was sharper than the other 2. She declared she had taken off her cross, but in reality she kept it on. She took her seat and spun, but said prayers to herself all the while. Midnight arrives. Says her father-in-law from his coffin, "Daughter-in-law, art thou there?" "I am," she replies. "Art thou sitting?" "I sit." "Dost thou spin?" "I spin." "Grey wool." "Grey." "For a kaftan." "For a kaftan." Just the same took place a second time. The third time, just as he was going to rush at her, she laid the cross upon him. He fell down and died. She looked into the coffin, there lay ever so much money. The father-in-law wanted to take it away with him, or, at all events, that only someone who could outdo him in cunning should get it. 377. In one of the least intelligible of the West Highland tales, there is a scene which somewhat resembles the like wake in the skazka. It is called "The Girl and the Dead Man," and relates, among other strange things, how a youngest sister took service in a house where a corpse lay. She sat to watch the dead man, and she was sewing. In the middle of night he rose up, and screwed up a grin. "If thou dost not lie down properly, I will give thee the one leathering with a stick." He lay down. At the end of a while, he rose on one elbow, and screwed up a grin, and the third time he rose and screwed up a grin. When he rose the third time, she struck him a lounder of the stick stuck to the dead man, and the hand stuck to the stick, and out they were. Eventually she got a peck of gold and a peck of silver, and the vessel of cordial, and returned home. 378. The obscurity of the Celtic tale forms a striking contrast to the lucidity of the Slavonic. The Russian peasant likes a clear statement of facts, the Highlander seems, like Coleridge's Scotch admirer, to find a pleasure in seeing an idea looming out of the mist. Footnotes, 296, about which, see Professor Wilson's note on Somativa's story of the origin of Pataliputra, Essays, IP 168-9, with Dr. Rost's reference to L. des Longchamps, Essay sur les fables indiennes, Paris, 1838, p. 35, and Gros, Sagenkreis de Mittelalters, Leipzig, 1842, p. 191. See also the numerous references given by Grimm, km3. Pages 168-9. 297, as well as in all the mythologies. For the magic draught of the fairy story appears to be closely connected with the Greek ambrosia, the Vedic soma or amrita, the Zendhauma. 298. A water, das Wasser des Lebens, in two German stories, Grimm, NOS 92 and 97, and 3p 178, and in many Greek tales, Hahn, NOS 32, 37, and c. An oil or ointment in the Norse tale, Asbjornsen and Mo, number 35, Docent, number 3. A balsam in Gaelic tales, in which a vessel of balsam often occurs. According to Mr. Campbell, West Highland Tales, IP 218, Ballan Iochleint, Teat, of Itcher, of health, seems to be the meaning of the words. The juice squeezed from the leaves of a tree in a modern Indian tale, Old Deccan Days, p. 139. 299. The mythical bird Garuda, the Indian original of the Rock of the Arabian Nights, was similarly connected with the Amrita. See the story of Garuda and the Nagas in Brockhaus's translation of the Kathasarit Sagara, 2. Pages 98-105. On the Vedic falcon which brings the Soma down to earth, see Kuhn's Harakonfit de Feuers, pages 138-142. 300. In the Russian periodical, Ateshestvenui Yazapiski, volume 43, for 1830, pages 252-6. 301. Skifner's translation, 1852, pages 80, 81. 302. In that attributed to Sivadasa, Tale 2, Lassen's Anthologia Sanskritica, pages 16-19, and in the Kathasarit Sagara, chapter Lsksi. See Brockhaus's summary in the Berichter Philhist. Cluster Kahn. Sachs. Gesellschafter Wissenschaften, December 3, 1853, pages 194-5. 303. The Baitul Pachizi, translated by Ghulam Mohammad Munshi, Bombay 1868, pages 23-24. 304. B. G. Babington's translation of the Vedalakade, p. 32. Contained in the miscellaneous translations of the Oriental Translation Fund, 1831, volume IPT 4, pages 32 and 67. 305. Afanasyev, PVS 2. 551. 306. Afanasyev, 8. p. 205. 307. Afanasyev, 7. Number 5b. 308. Afanasyev, 7. Number 5a. For the Zartitsa, see Infra, p. 285. 309 Afanasiv, 6. p. 249. For a number of interesting legends, collected from the most distant parts of the world, about grinding mountains and crashing cliffs, and see Tyler's Primitive Culture, pages 313-16. After quoting three mythic descriptions found among the Karens, the Algonquins, and the Aztecs, Mr. Tyler remarks, on the suggestion of this group of solar conceptions and that of Maui's death, we may perhaps explain as derived from a broken-down fancy of solar myth, that famous episode of Greek legend, where the good ship Argo passed between the Symplegades, those two huge cliffs that opened and closed again with swift and violent collision. Several of the modern Greek stories are very like the Skazka mentioned above. In one of these, Han, 2p 234, Alamia guards the water of life, nu alpha tau omicron nu epsilon rho, which flows within a rock. In another, 2p 280, a mountain opens at midday, and several springs are disclosed, each of which cries draw from me, but the only one which is life-giving is that to which a bee flies. 310 Wenzig, p. 148. 311 Afanasiv, pvs 2. 353 312 see above, p. 233. 313 Silnea voda or potent water, and Basilnea voda, or impotent water, Sila equals strength. 314 Palitsa equals a cudgel, etc. In the variant of the story quoted in the preceding section, the prince seized Vikar by the right little finger, mitsinets. Palitz meant a finger. The similarity of the two words may have led to a confusion of ideas. 315 Afanasiv, 7. Pages 97 to 103. 316 Mir's Sanskrit texts, VP 258 and P 94. See, also Manhard's Germ. Mithun, pages 96 to 97. 317 Being as destructive as the poison which was created during the churning of the Amrita. 318 Afanasiv, v. number 35. 319 In the original he is generally designated as Katoma Dyad Ka, Dubovaya Shapka, Katoma Governor, Okanhat. Not being able to preserve the assonance, I have dropped the greater part of his title. 320 Bogodani, Bog equals God, Dad, David equals to give. One of the Russian equivalents for our hideous father-in-law is God-given father, Bogodani Atets, and for mother-in-law, Bogodani Mat or God-given mother. Dal. 321 4 lines are omitted here. See Ada Gubernates, Zoal Mythology, I-181, where a solar explanation of the whole story will be found. 322 These ejaculations belong to the storyteller. 323 Literally, seemed to her as small as a lamb. 324 Koladas, a word connected with Koloda Olag, trough, and c. 325 Afanasiv, 8. Number 23 A 326 To this episode a striking parallel is offered by that of Gunther's wedding night in the Nibelungenlied, in which Brynhild flings her husband Gunther across the room, kneels on his chest, and finally binds him hand and foot, and suspends him from a nail till daybreak. The next night Siegfried takes his place, and wrestles with the mighty maiden. After a long struggle he flings her on the floor and forces her to submit. Then he leaves the room and Gunther returns. A summary of the story will be found in the Tales of the Teutonic Lands, by G. W. Cox and E. H. Jones, pages 94 to 5. 327 Kutyakov, I number 19. Pages 73 to 7. 328 Orlenvein, number 19, pages 95 to 7. For a Little Russian version see Kulish, 2. Pages 59 to 82. 329 Afanasyev, 6. Number 26. From the Kursk government. 330 Prashchuryui. 331 The sentence in italics is a good specimen of the priskazka, or preface. 332 Gramota equals Gamero mu mu alpha tau alpha whence comes Gramoti, able to read and write equals Gamero alpha mu mu alpha tau iota kappa. 333 Vanya and Vanyusha are diminutives of Ivan, John, answering to Arjani, Vanka is another, more like Arjak. 334 Literally with a solove-like whistle. The word solove generally means a nightingale, but it was also the name of a mythical hero, a robber whose voice or whistle had the power of killing those who heard it. 335 Kmanuel, smacked. 336 See Barsov's rich collection of North Russian funeral poetry, entitled Perkatany ya Sivernago Kraya, Moscow, 1872. Also The Songs of the Russian People, pages 334 to 345. 337 Miss Freyr's Old Deccan Days, pages 3, 4. 338 Grimm, KM number 21. 339 Afanasyev, 6. Number 54. 340 Onakrovishtoyoye Bilomati, Vuk Karajik, p. 158. In the German translation, p. 188, We dies nun die Kussa, die einst sein Mutter Joasen war. 341 Afanasyev, 2. p. 254. 342 Charazdvainat Satstikal. Steklo means a glass, or a pane of glass. 343 Afanasyev, 2. p. 269. 344 Kudyakov, number 50. 345 Afanasyev, 3. p. 25. 346 Dawson's Norse Tales, number 40. Asbjornsen and Moe, number 37. Grimsborken. 347 Dawsant, number 13. Asbjornsen and Moe, number 51. Jomfruen pa Glasberget. 348 Camels West Highland Tales, 3. Pages 265, 266. 349 Miss Freyr's Old Deccan Days, pages 31, 73, 95, 135. 350 Valsunga Saga, translated by E. Magnusson and W. Morris, pages 95 to 6. 351 Afanasyev, 6. Number 32. From the Novgorod government. A chapbook version of this story will be found in Dietrich's collection, pages 152 to 68 of the English translation, also in Kateley's Tales and Popular Fictions. 352 Nizhny, lower. Thus Nizhny Novgorod is the lower, down the Volga, Novgorod. Dal. 353 Kukova, a stick, or cudgel, one end of which is bent and rounded like a ball. 354 Takta ego nevzat. 355 There are numerous variants of this story among the Skazkas. In one of these, Afanasyev, 7. Number 31, the man on whom the pike has bestowed supernatural power uses it to turn a maiden princess into a mother. This renders the story wholly in accordance with 1. The modern Greek tale of the half-man, Han, number 8, in which the magic formula runs, according to the first word of God and the second of the fish shall such and such a thing be done. 2. The Neapolitan story of Pervantu, Basile's Pentamerone, number 3, who obtains his magic power from 3 youths whom he screens from the sun as they lie asleep one hot day, and who turn out to be sons of a fairy. Afanasiv compares the story also with the German tale of the little grey mannequin, in the Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythology, and c.I. pages 38 to 40. The incident of wishes being fulfilled by a fish occurs in many stories, as in that of the fisherman, in the Arabian Nights, the fisherman and his wife, in Grimm, Km. number 19. A number of stories about the pike are referred to by Ada Gubernates, Zoolog. Mythology, 2. 337 to 9, 356 quoted by Afanasiv from Siemiansky's Podania, Posen, 1845, p. 42. 357 Songs of the Russian People, pages 387 to 427. 358 Afanasiv, 7. Number 36a. This story has no special title in the original. 359 The Rural Police. Sotnik equals centurion, from sto equals 100. Desiatnik is a word of the same kind from desiat equals 10. 360 Eponymar is a kind of sacristan. 361 Der Werwolf, Beitrag zur Sagengeschichte, Stuttgart, 1862. For Russian ideas on the subject see Songs of the Russian People, pages 403 to 9. 362 Polnisk Volkssagen, translated by Lustam, p. 61. 363 Brockhaus's Märchensammlung des Sommerdaeva Bada, 2. p. 24. 364 Afanasiv, 7. Number 36b. This story, also, is without special title. 365 in Mr. Hein Friswell's collection of ghost stories, 1858. 366 Afanasiv, 7. Number 36c. Also without special title. 367 The Russian Skovoroda is a sort of stew pan, of great size, without a handle. 368 From Professor Brockhaus's summary in the Bericht Philhist. Cluster Königl. Sachs. Gesellschafter Wissenschaften, 1861, pages 215, 16. 369 For an account of this mythological bird, see the note on next page. Ornithologically, the Zartitsa is the cassowary. 370 Kudyakov, number 110. From the Nizhegorod government. 371 Zar equals glowing heat, as of a furnace, Zartitsa equals the glow bird. Its name among the Czechs and Slovaks is Tukonovak. The heathen Slavonians are said to have worshipped Agon or Agon, fire, the counterpart of the Vedic Agni. Agon is still the ordinary Russian word for fire, the equivalent of the Latin ignis. 372 Afanasiv, 7. Number 11. See also the notes in 8. p. 620, etc. 373 Grimm's Km, number 57. See the notes in BD3. p. 98. 374 Afanasiv, 7. Number 12. 375 Kudyakov, number 104. From the Orel government. 376 The Kholodnaya Izba The cold Izba, as opposed to the warm Izba or living room. 377 The etymology of the word koldun is still, I believe, a moot point. The discovery of the money in the warlock's coffin seems an improbable incident. In the original version of the story, the wizard may, perhaps, have turned into a heap of gold, see above, p. 231, on Gold Men. 378 Campbell, number 13, volume IP 215. Chapter V. Ghost Stories. The Russian peasants have very confused ideas about the local habitation of the disembodied spirit, after its former tenement has been laid in the grave. They seem, from the language of their funeral songs, sometimes to regard the departed spirit as residing in the coffin which holds the body from which it has been severed, sometimes to imagine that it hovers around the building which used to be its home, or flies abroad on the wings of the winds. In the food and money and other necessaries of existence still placed in the coffin with the corpse, may be seen traces of an old belief in a journey which the soul was forced to undertake after the death of the body, in the pomniki or feasts in memory of the dead, celebrated at certain short intervals after a death, and also on its anniversary, may be clearly recognized the remains of a faith in the continued residence of the dead in the spot where they had been buried, and in their subjection to some physical sufferings, their capacity for certain animal enjoyments. The two beliefs run side by side with each other, sometimes clashing and producing strange results, all the more strange when they show signs of an attempt having been made to reconcile them with Christian ideas. 379 Of a heavenly or upper world home of departed spirits, neither the songs nor the stories of the people, so far as I am aware, make mention. But that there is a country beyond the sky, inhabited by supernatural beings of magic power and unbounded wealth, is stated in a number of tales of the well-known Jack and the Beanstalk type. Of these the following may be taken as a specimen. The Fox Physician. 380 There once was an old couple. The old man planted a cabbage head in the cellar under the floor of his cottage, the old woman planted one in the ash hole. The old woman's cabbage, in the ash hole, withered away entirely, but the old man's grew and grew up to the floor. The old man took his hatchet and cut a hole in the floor above the cabbage. The cabbage went on growing again, grew right up to the ceiling. Again the old man took his hatchet and cut a hole in the ceiling above the cabbage. The cabbage grew and grew right up to the sky. How was the old man to get a look at the head of the cabbage? He began climbing up the cabbage stalk, climbed and climbed, climbed and climbed, climbed right up to the sky, cut a hole in the sky, and crept through. There he sees a mill. 381 Standing. The mill gives a turnout come a pie and a cake with a pot of stewed grain on top. The old man ate his fill, drank his fill, and then lay down to sleep. When he had slept enough he slid down to earth again, and cried, "Old woman, why, old woman, how one does live up in heaven. There's a mill there every time it turns, out come a pie and a cake, with a pot of kasha on top. How can I get there, old man? Slip into this sack, old woman. I'll carry you up." The old woman thought a bit, and then got into the sack. The old man took the sack in his teeth, and began climbing up to heaven. He climbed and climbed, long did he climb. The old woman got tired of waiting and asked, "Is it much farther, old man? We've half the way to go still." Again he climbed and climbed, climbed and climbed. A second time the old woman asked, "Is it much farther, old man?" The old man was just beginning to say, "Not much farther," when the sack slipped from between his teeth, and the old woman fell to the ground and was smashed all to pieces. The old man slid down the cabbage stalk and picked up the sack. But it had nothing in it but bones, and those broken very small. The old man went out of his house and wept bitterly. Presently a fox met him. "What are you crying about, old man?" "How can I help crying? My old woman is smashed to pieces. Hold your noise. I'll cure her. The old man fell at the fox's feet. Only cure her. I'll pay whatever is wanted. Well, then, heat the bathroom, carry the old woman there along with a bag of oatmeal and a pot of butter, and then stand outside the door, but don't look inside. The old man heated the bathroom, carried in what was wanted, and stood outside at the door. But the fox went into the bathroom, shut the door, and began washing the old woman's remains, washed, and kept looking about her all the time. "How's my old woman getting on?" asked the old man. "Beginning to stir," replied the fox, who then ate up the old woman, collected her bones and piled them up in a corner, and set to work to knead a hasty pudding. The old man waited and waited. Presently he asked, "How's my old woman getting on?" "Resting a bit," cried the fox, as she gobbled up the hasty pudding. When she had finished it she cried, "Old man, open the door wide." He opened it, and the fox sprang out of the bathroom and ran off home. The old man went into the bathroom and looked about him. Nothing was to be seen but the old woman's bones under the bench, and those picked so clean. As for the oatmeal and the butter, they had all been eaten up. So the old man was left alone and in poverty. This story is evidently a combination of two widely differing tales. The catastrophe we may for the present pass over, but about the opening some few words may be said. The beanstalk myth is one which is found among so many peoples in such widely distant regions, and it deals with ideas of such importance, that no contribution to its history can be considered valueless. Most remarkable among its numerous forms are those American and Malayo-Polynesian versions of the Heaven Tree story which Mr. Tyler has brought together in his Early History of Mankind. 382 In Europe it is usually found in a very crude and fragmentary form, having been preserved, for the most part, as the introduction to some other story which has proved more attractive to the popular fancy. The Russian versions are all, as far as I am aware, of this nature. I have already 383 mentioned one of them, in which, also, the fox plays a prominent part. Its opening words are, "There once lived an old man and an old woman, and they had a little daughter. One day she was eating beans, and she let one fall on the ground. The bean grew and grew, and grew right up to heaven. The old man climbed up to heaven, slipped in there, walked and walked, admired and admired, and said to himself, 'I'll go and fetch the old woman, won't she just be delighted?' So he tries to carry his wife up the beanstalk, but grows faint and lets her fall, she is killed, and he calls in the fox as Whaler 384 in a variant of the fox physician from the Vologda government. It is a pea which gives birth to the wondrous tree. There lived an old man and an old woman, the old man was rolling a pea about, and it fell on the ground. They searched and searched a whole week, but they couldn't find it. The week passed by, and the old people saw that the pea had begun to sprout. They watered it regularly, and the pea set to work and grew higher than the isba. When the peas ripened, the old man climbed up to where they were, plucked a great bundle of them, and began sliding down the stalk again. But the bundle fell out of the old man's hands and killed the old woman. 385 According to another variant, there once lived a grandfather and a grandmother, and they had a hut. The grandfather sowed a bean under the table, and the grandmother a pea. A hen gobbled up the pea, but the bean grew up as high as the table. They moved the table, and the bean grew still higher. They cut away the ceiling and the roof, it went on growing until it grew right up to the heavens, Nebo. The grandfather climbed up to heaven, climbed and climbed. There stood a hut, Katka, its walls of pancakes, its benches of white bread, the stove of buttered curds. He began to eat, ate his fill, and lay down above the stove to sleep. In came 12 sister goats. The first had 1 eye, the second 2 eyes, the third 3, and so on with the rest, the last having 12 eyes. They saw that someone had been meddling with their hut, so they put it to rights, and when they went out they left the one-eyed to keep watch. Next day the grandfather again climbed up there, saw 1 eye and began to mutter 386 sleep, sleep. The goat went to sleep. The man ate his fill and went away. Next day the 2-eyed kept watch, and after it the 3-eyed and so on. The grandfather always muttered his charm sleep, sleep, second eye, sleep, third eye, and so on. But with the 12th goat he failed, for he charmed only 11 of her eyes. The goat saw him with the 12th and caught him, and there the story ends. 387. In another instance the myth has been turned into one of those tales of the Munchausen class, the title of which is the Saw Any Liubo, Any Slushy, i.e., if you don't like, don't listen, the final words being understood, but let me tell you a story. A cock finds a pea in the part of a cottage under the floor, and begins calling to the hens. The cottager hears the call, drives away the cock, and pours water over the pea. It grows up to the floor, up to the ceiling, up to the roof, each time way is made for it, and finally it grows right up to heaven. Du nebushka. Says the mujik to his wife, wife, I say, shall I climb up into heaven and see what's going on there? Maybe there's sugar there, and meat, lots of everything. Climb away, if you've a mind to, replies his wife. So he climbs up, and there he finds a large wooden house. He enters in and sees a stove, garnished with sucking pigs and geese and pies and everything which the soul could desire. But the stove is guarded by a 7-eyed goat. The mujik charms 6 of the eyes to sleep, but overlooks the 7th. With it the goat sees him eat and drink and then go to sleep. The housemaster comes in, is informed by the goat of all that has occurred, flies into a passion, calls his servants, and has the intruder turned out of the house. When the mujik comes to the place where the pea stalk had been, he looks around, no pea stalk is there. He collects the cobwebs which float on the summer air, and of them he makes a cord. This he fastens to the edge of heaven and begins to descend. Long before he reaches the earth he comes to the end of his cord, so he crosses himself, and lets go. Falling into a swamp, he remains there some time. At last a duck builds her nest on his head, and lays an egg in it. He catches hold of the duck's tail, and the bird pulls him out of the swamp, whereupon he goes home rejoicing, taking with him the duck and her egg, and tells his wife all that has happened. 388. In another variant it is an acorn which is sown under the floor. From it springs an oak which grows to the skies. The old man of the story climbs up it in search of acorns, and reaches heaven. There he finds a handmill and a cock with a golden comb, both of which he carries off. The mill grinds pies and pancakes, and the old man and his wife live in plenty. But after a time a baron or seigneur steals the mill. The old people are in despair, but the golden combed cock flies after the mill, perches on the baron's gates, and cries kukurku. Boyarin, boyarin. Give us back our golden, sky blue mill. The cock is flung into the well, but it drinks all the water, flies up to the baron's house, and there reiterates its demand. Then it is thrown into the fire, but it extinguishes the flames, flies right into the baron's guest chamber, and crows as before. The guests disperse, the baron runs after them, and the golden combed cock seizes the mill and flies away with it. 389. In a variant from the Smolensk government, it is the wife who climbs up the pea stalk, while the husband remains down below. When she reaches the top, she finds an izbushka or cottage there, its walls made of pies, its tables of cheese, its stove of pancakes, and so forth. After she has feasted and gone to sleep in a corner, in come 3 goats, of which the first has 2 eyes and 2 ears, the second has 3 of each of these organs, and the third has 4. The old woman sends to sleep the ears and the eyes of the first and the second goat, but when the third watches it retains the use of its 4th eye and 4th ear, in spite of the incantations uttered by the intruder, and so finds her out. On being questioned, she explains that she has come from the earthly realm into the heavenly, and promises not to repeat her visit if she is dismissed in peace. So the goats let her go, and give her a bag of nuts, apples, and other good things to take with her. She slides down the pea stalk and tells her husband all that has happened. He persuades her to undertake a second ascent together with him, so off they set in company, their young granddaughter climbing after them. Suddenly the pea stalk breaks, they fall headlong and are never heard of again. Since that time, says the story, no one has ever set foot in that heavenly izbushka, so no one knows anything more about it. 390 Clearer and fuller than these vague and fragmentary sketches of a heavenly realm, are the pictures contained in the Russian folk tales of the underground world. But it is very doubtful how far the stories in which they figure represent ancient Slavonic ideas. In the name, if not in the nature, of the ad, or subterranean abode of evil spirits and sinful souls, we recognize the influence of the Byzantine Hades, but most of the tales in which it occurs are supposed to draw their original inspiration from Indian sources, while they owe to Christian, Brahmanic, Buddhistic, and Mohammedan influences the form in which they now appear. To these legends, as the folk tales are styled in which the saints or their ghostly enemies occur, belongs the following narrative of the fiddler in Hell 391. There was a certain mujik who had 3 sons. His life was a prosperous one, and he laid by money enough to fill 2 pots. The one he buried in his cornkill, the other under the gate of his farmyard. Well, the mujik died, and never said a word about the money to anyone. One day there was a festival in the village. A fiddler was on his way to the revel when, all of a sudden, he sank into the earth, sank right through and tumbled into hell, lighting exactly there where the rich mujik was being tormented. "Hail, friend," says the fiddler. "It's an ill wind that's brought you hither." 392 answers the mujik, "This is hell, and in hell here I sit." "What was it brought you here, uncle?" "It was money. I had much money, I gave none to the poor, 2 pots of it did I bury underground. See now, they are going to torment me, to beat me with sticks, to tear me with nails." "Whatever shall I do?" cried the fiddler. "Perhaps they'll take to torturing me too. If you go and sit on the stove behind the chimney pipe, and don't eat anything for 3 years, then you will remain safe." The fiddler hid behind the stovepipe. Then came fiends 393, and they began to beat the rich mujik, reviling him the while, and saying, "There's for thee, O rich man. Pots of money didst thou bury, but thou couldst not hide them. There didst thou bury them that we might not be able to keep watch over them. At the gate people are always riding about, the horses crush our heads with their hoofs, and in the cornkill we get beaten with flails." As soon as the fiends had gone away, the mujik said to the fiddler, "If you get out of here, tell my children to dig up the money. 1 pot is buried at the gate, and the other in the cornkill, and to distribute it among the poor." Afterwards there came a whole roomful of evil ones, and they asked the rich mujik, "What have you got here that smells so Russian?" "You have been in Russia and brought away a Russian smell with you," replied the mujik. "How could that be?" they said. Then they began looking, they found the fiddler, and they shouted, "Ha, ha, ha! Here's a fiddler." They pulled him off the stove, and set him to work fiddling. He played 3 years, though it seemed to him only 3 days. Then he got tired and said, "Here's a wonder. After playing a whole evening I used always to find all my fiddle strings snapped. But now, though I've been playing for 3 whole days, they are all sound. May the Lord grant us his blessing." 394. No sooner had he uttered these words than every one of the strings snapped. "There now, brothers," says the fiddler, "you can see for yourselves. The strings are snapped, I've nothing to play on." "Wait a bit," said one of the fiends. "I've got 2 hanks of catgut, I'll fetch them for you." He ran off and fetched them. The fiddler took the strings, screwed them up, and again uttered the words, "May the Lord grant us his blessing." In a moment snap went both hanks. "No, brothers," said the fiddler, "your strings don't suit me. I've got some of my own at home, by your leave I'll go for them." The fiends wouldn't let him go. "You wouldn't come back," they say. "Well, if you won't trust me, send someone with me as an escort." The fiends chose one of their number, and sent him with the fiddler. The fiddler got back to the village. There he could hear that, in the farthest cottage, a wedding was being celebrated. "Let's go to the wedding," he cried. "Come along," said the fiend. They entered the cottage. Everyone there recognized the fiddler and cried, "Where have you been hiding these 3 years?" "I have been in the other world," he replied. They sat there and enjoyed themselves for some time. Then the fiend beckoned to the fiddler, saying, "It's time to be off." But the fiddler replied, "Wait a little longer. Let me fiddle away a bit and cheer up the young people." And so they remained sitting there till the cocks began to crow. Then the fiend disappeared. After that, the fiddler began to talk to the sons of the rich mujik, and said, "Your father bids you dig up the money. One potful is buried at the gate and the other in the cornkill, and distribute the whole of it among the poor." Well, they dug up both the pots, and began to distribute the money among the poor. But the more they gave away the money, the more did it increase. Then they carried out the pots to a crossway. Every one who passed by took out of them as much money as his hand could grasp, and yet the money wouldn't come to an end. Then they presented a petition to the emperor, and he ordained as follows. There was a certain town, the road to which was a very roundabout one. It was some 50 versts long, whereas if it had been made in a straight line it would not have been more than 5. And so the emperor ordained that a bridge should be made the whole way. Well, they built a bridge 5 versts long, and this piece of work cleared out both the pots. About that time a certain maid bore a son and deserted him in his infancy. The child neither ate nor drank for 3 years, and an angel of God always went about with him. Well, this child came to the bridge, and cried, "Ah, what a glorious bridge! God grant the kingdom of heaven to him at whose cost it was built." The Lord heard this prayer, and ordered his angels to release the rich mujik from the depths of hell. 395. With the bridge building episode in this legend may be compared the opening of another Russian story. In it a merchant is described as having much money but no children. So he and his wife began to pray to God, entreating him to give them a child for solace in their youth, for support in their old age, for sole remembrance 396 after death. And they took to feeding the poor and distributing alms. Besides all this, they resolved to build, for the use of all the faithful, a long bridge across swamps and where no man could find a footing. Much wealth did the merchant expend, but he built the bridge, and when the work was completed he sent his manager Fedor, saying, "Go and sit under the bridge, and listen to what folks say about me, whether they bless me or revile me." Fedor set off, sat under the bridge, and listened. Presently 3 holy elders went over the bridge, and said one to another, how ought the man who built this bridge to be rewarded? Let there be born to him a fortunate son. Whatsoever that son says it shall be done, whatsoever he desires that will the Lord bestow. 397. The rest of the story closely resembles the German tale of the pink. 398. In the corresponding Bohemian story of the treacherous servant, 399, it may be observed, the bridge building incident has been preserved. But I will not dwell any longer on the story of the fiddler, as I propose to give some account in the next chapter of several other tales of the same class, in most of which such descriptions of evil spirits are introduced as have manifestly been altered into what their narrators considered to be in accordance with Christian teaching. And so I will revert to those ideas about the dead, and about their abiding place, which the modern Slavonians seem to have inherited from their heathen ancestors, and I will attempt to illustrate them by a few Russian ghost stories. Those stories are, as a general rule, of a most ghastly nature, but there are a few into the composition of which the savage element does not enter. The Dead Mother, which has already been quoted 400, belongs to the latter class, and so does the following tale, which, as it bears no title in the original, we may name, The Ride on the Gravestone. 401. Late one evening a certain artisan happened to be returning home from a jovial feast in a distant village. There met him on the way an old friend, one who had been dead some 10 years. "Good health to you," said the dead man. "I wish you good health," replied the reveller, and straightway forgot that his acquaintance had ever so long ago bidden the world farewell. "Let's go to my house. We'll quaff a cup or two once more. Come along. On such a happy occasion as this meeting of ours, we may as well have a drink." They arrived at a dwelling and there they drank and revelled. "Now then, goodbye. It's time for me to go home," said the artisan. "Stay a bit. Where do you want to go now?" "Spend the night here with me." "No, brother, don't ask me, it cannot be. I've business to do tomorrow, so I must get home as early as possible." "Well, goodbye, but why should you walk?" "Better get on my horse, it will carry you home quickly." "Thanks, let's have it." He got on its back, and was carried off just as a whirlwind flies. All of a sudden a cock crew. It was awful. All around were graves, and the rider found he had a gravestone under him. Of a somewhat similar nature is the story of the two friends. 402. In the days of old there lived in a certain village two young men. They were great friends, went to beside us 403 together, in fact, regarded each other as brothers. And they made this mutual agreement. Whichever of the two should marry first was to invite his comrade to his wedding. And it was not to make any difference whether he was alive or dead. About a year after this one of the young men fell ill and died. A few months later his comrade took it into his head to get married. So he collected all his kinsmen, and set off to fetch his bride. Now it happened that they drove past the graveyard, and the bridegroom recalled his friend to mind, and remembered his old agreement. So he had the horses stopped, saying, "I'm going to my comrade's grave. I shall ask him to come and enjoy himself at my wedding. A right trusty friend was he to me." So he went to the grave and began to call aloud, "Comrade dear, I invite thee to my wedding." Suddenly the grave yawned, the dead man arose, and said, "Thanks be to thee, brother, that thou hast fulfilled thy promise. And now, that we may profit by this happy chance, enter my abode. Let us quaff a glass apiece of grateful drink. I'd have gone, only the marriage procession is stopping outside, all the folks are waiting for me." Brother," replied the dead man, "surely it won't take long to toss off a glass." The bridegroom jumped into the grave. The dead man poured him out a cup of liquor. He drank it off and 100 years passed away. Quaff another cup, dear friend, said the dead man. He drank a second cup, 200 years passed away. Now, comrade dear, quaff a third cup, said the dead man, and then go, in God's name, and celebrate thy marriage. He drank the third cup, 300 years passed away. The dead man took leave of his comrade. The coffin lid fell, the grave closed. The bridegroom looked around. Where the graveyard had been, was now a piece of waste ground. No road was to be seen, no kinsman, no horses. All around grew nettles and tall grass. He ran to the village, but the village was not what it used to be. The houses were different, the people were all strangers to him. He went to the priests, but the priest was not the one who used to be there, and told him about everything that had happened. The priest searched through the church books, and found that, 300 years before, this occurrence had taken place. A bridegroom had gone to the graveyard on his wedding day, and had disappeared. And his bride, after some time had passed by, had married another man. The Rip Van Winkle story is too well known to require more than a passing allusion. It was doubtless founded on one of the numerous folk tales which correspond to the Christian legend of the Seven Sleepers of Ephesus, itself an echo of an older tale. See Baring Gould, Curious Myths, 1872, pages 93 to 112, and Cox, Mythology of the Aryan Nations, I 413, and to that of the monk who listens to a bird singing in the convent garden, and remains entranced for the space of many years, of which latter legend a Russian version occurs in Chudinsky's collection, number 17, pages 92 to 4. Very close indeed is the resemblance between the Russian story of the two friends, and the Norse friends in life and death, Asbjornsson's new series, number 62, pages 5 to 7. In the latter the bridegroom knocks hard and long on his dead friend's grave. At length its occupant appears, and accounts for his delay by saying he had been far away when the first knocks came, and so had not heard them. Then he follows the bridegroom to church and from church, and afterwards the bridegroom sees him back to his tomb. On the way the living man expresses a desire to see something of the world beyond the grave, and the corpse fulfills his wish, having first placed on his head a sod cut in the graveyard. After witnessing many strange sights, the bridegroom is told to sit down and wait till his guide returns. When he rises to his feet, he is all overgrown with mosses and shrub, varhan overwachsen med Mosag busker, and when he reaches the outer world he finds all things changed. But from these dim sketches of a life beyond, or rather within the grave, in which memories of old days and old friendships are preserved by ghosts of an almost genial and entirely harmless disposition, we will now turn to those more elaborate pictures in which the dead are represented under an altogether terrific aspect. It is not as an incorporeal being that the visitor from the other world is represented in the skazkas. He comes not as a mere phantom, intangible, impalpable, incapable of physical exertion, haunting the dwelling which once was his home, or the spot to which he is drawn by the memory of some unexpiated crime. It is as a vitalized corpse that he comes to trouble mankind, often subject to human appetites, constantly endowed with more than human strength and molly goodnighting. His apparel is generally that of the grave, and he cannot endure to part with it, as may be seen from the following story. The Shroud 404. In a certain village there was a girl who was lazy and slothful, hated working but would gossip and chatter away like anything. Well, she took it into her head to invite the other girls to a spinning party. For in the villages, as everyone knows, it is the lazy bones who gives the spinning feast, and the sweet-toothed are those who go to it. Well, on the appointed night she got her spinners together. They span for her, and she fed them and feasted them. Among other things they chatted about was this: which of them all was the boldest? Says the lazy bones, Lazaka, I'm not afraid of anything. Well then, say the spinners, if you're not afraid, go past the graveyard to the church, take down the holy picture from the door, and bring it here. Good, I'll bring it, only each of you must spin me a distaff full. That was just her sort of notion, to do nothing herself, but to get others to do it for her. Well, she went, took down the picture, and brought it home with her. Her friends all saw that sure enough it was the picture from the church. But the picture had to be taken back again, and it was now the midnight hour. Who was to take it? At length the lazy bones said, you girls go on spinning. I'll take it back myself. I'm not afraid of anything. So she went and put the picture back in its place. As she was passing the graveyard on her return, she saw a corpse in a white shroud, seated on a tomb. It was a moonlight night, everything was visible. She went up to the corpse, and drew away its shroud from it. The corpse held its peace, not uttering a word, no doubt the time for it to speak had not come yet. Well, she took the shroud and went home. There, says she, I've taken back the picture and put it in its place, and, what's more, here's a shroud I took away from a corpse. Some of the girls were horrified, others didn't believe what she said, and laughed at her. But after they had supped and lain down to sleep, all of a sudden the corpse tapped at the window and said, give me my shroud. Give me my shroud. The girls were so frightened they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. But the lazy bones took the shroud, went to the window, opened it, and said, there, take it. No, replied the corpse, restore it to the place you took it from. Just then the cock suddenly began to crow. The corpse disappeared. Next night, when the spinners had all gone home to their own houses, at the very same hour as before, the corpse came, tapped at the window, and cried, give me my shroud. Well, the girl's father and mother opened the window and offered him his shroud. No, says he, let her take it back to the place she took it from. Really now, how could one go to a graveyard with a corpse? What a horrible idea, she replied. Just then the cocks crew. The corpse disappeared. Next day the girl's father and mother sent for the priest, told him the whole story, and entreated him to help them in their trouble. Couldn't a service 405 be performed, they said. The priest reflected a while, then he replied, please to tell her to come to church tomorrow. Next day the lazy bones went to church. The service began, numbers of people came to it. But just as they were going to sing the cherubim song 406, there suddenly arose, goodness knows whence, so terrible a whirlwind that all the congregation fell flat on their faces. And it caught up that girl, and then flung her down on the ground. The girl disappeared from sight, nothing was left of her but her back hair. 407 They are generally the corpses of wizards, or of other sinners who have led specially unholy lives, which leave their graves by night and wander abroad. Into such bodies, it is held, demons enter, and the combination of fiend and corpse goes forth as the terrible vampire thirsting for blood. Of the proceedings of such a being the next story gives a detailed account, from which, among other things, may be learned the fact that Slavonic corpses attach great importance to their coffin lids as well as to their shrouds. The coffin lid 408 A mujik was driving along one night with a load of pots. His horse grew tired, and all of a sudden it came to a standstill alongside of a graveyard. The mujik unharnessed his horse and set it free to graze, meanwhile he laid himself down on one of the graves. But somehow he didn't go to sleep. He remained lying there some time. Suddenly the grave began to open beneath him, he felt the movement and sprang to his feet. The grave opened, and out of it came a corpse wrapped in a white shroud, and holding a coffin lid came out and ran to the church, laid the coffin lid at the door, and then set off for the village. The mujik was a daring fellow. He picked up the coffin lid and remained standing beside his cart, waiting to see what would happen. After a short delay the dead man came back, and was going to snatch up his coffin lid, but it was not to be seen. Then the corpse began to track it out, traced it up to the mujik, and said, "Give me my lid, if you don't, I'll tear you to bits." "And my hatchet, how about that?" answers the mujik. "Why, it's I who'll be chopping you into small pieces." "Do give it back to me, good man," begs the corpse. "I'll give it when you tell me where you've been and what you've done." "Well, I've been in the village, and there I've killed a couple of youngsters." "Well then, now tell me how they can be brought back to life." The corpse reluctantly made answer, "Cut off the left skirt of my shroud, and take it with you. When you come into the house where the youngsters were killed, pour some live coals into a pot and put the piece of the shroud in with them, and then lock the door. The lads will be revived by the smoke immediately." The mujik cut off the left skirt of the shroud, and gave up the coffin lid. The corpse went to its grave. The grave opened. But just as the dead man was descending into it, all of a sudden the cocks began to crow, and he hadn't time to get properly covered over. One end of the coffin lid remained sticking out of the ground. The mujik saw all this and made a note of it. The day began to dawn, he harnessed his horse and drove into the village. In one of the houses he heard cries and wailing. In he went. There lay two dead lads. "Don't cry," says he, "I can bring them to life." "Do bring them to life, kinsman," say their relatives. "We'll give you half of all we possess." The mujik did everything as the corpse had instructed him, and the lads came back to life. Their relatives were delighted, but they immediately seized the mujik and bound him with cords, saying, "No, no, trickster. We'll hand you over to the authorities. Since you knew how to bring them back to life, maybe it was you who killed them. What are you thinking about, true believers? Have the fear of God before your eyes," cried the mujik. Then he told them everything that had happened to him during the night. Well, they spread the news through the village. The whole population assembled and swarmed into the graveyard. They found out the grave from which the dead man had come out. They tore it open, and they drove an aspen stake right into the heart of the corpse, so that it might no more rise up and slay. But they rewarded the mujik richly, and sent him away home with great honor. It is not only during sleep that the vampire is to be dreaded. At crossroads, or in the neighborhood of cemeteries, an animated corpse of this description often lurks, watching for some unwary wayfarer whom it may be able to slay and eat. Past such dangerous spots as these the belated villager will speed with timorous steps, remembering, perhaps, some such uncanny tale as that which comes next. The two corpses. 409. A soldier had obtained leave to go home on furlough to pray to the holy images, and to bow down before his parents. And as he was going his way, at a time when the sun had long set, and all was dark around, it chanced that he had to pass by a graveyard. Just then he heard that some one was running after him, and crying, "Stop, you can't escape." He looked back and there was a corpse running and gnashing its teeth. The soldier sprang on one side with all his might to get away from it, caught sight of a little chapel 410 and bolted straight into it. There wasn't a soul in the chapel, but stretched out on a table there lay another corpse, with tapers burning in front of it. The soldier hid himself in a corner, and remained there, hardly knowing whether he was alive or dead, but waiting to see what would happen. Presently up ran the first corpse, the one that had chased the soldier, and dashed into the chapel. Thereupon the one that was lying on the table jumped up, and cried to it, "What hast thou come here for? I've chased a soldier in here, so I'm going to eat him. Come now, brother, he's run into my house. I shall eat him myself. No, I shall. No, I shall." And they set to work fighting. The dust flew like anything. They'd have gone on fighting ever so much longer, only the cocks began to crow. Then both the corpses fell lifeless to the ground, and the soldier went on his way homeward in peace, saying, "Glory be to thee, O Lord. I am saved from the wizards." Even the possession of arms and the presence of a dog will not always, it seems, render a man secure from this terrible species of cutthroat. The dog and the corpse. 411. A mujik went out in pursuit of game one day, and took a favorite dog with him. He walked and walked through woods and bogs, but got nothing for his pains. At last the darkness of night surprised him. At an uncanny hour he passed by a graveyard, and there, at a place where two roads met, he saw standing a corpse in a white shroud. The mujik was horrified, and knew not which way to go, whether to keep on or to turn back. "Well, whatever happens, I'll go on," he thought, and on he went, his dog running at his heels. When the corpse perceived him, it came to meet him, not touching the earth with its feet, but keeping about a foot above it, the shroud fluttering after it. When it had come up with the sportsman, it made a rush at him, but the dog seized hold of it by its bare calves, and began a tussle with it. When the mujik saw his dog and the corpse grappling with each other, he was delighted that things had turned out so well for himself, and he set off running home with all his might. The dog kept up the struggle until cock crow, when the corpse fell motionless to the ground. Then the dog ran off in pursuit of its master, caught him up just as he reached home, and rushed at him, furiously trying to bite and to rend him. So savage was it, and so persistent, that it was as much as the people of the house could do to beat it off. "Whatever has come over the dog?" asked the mujik's old mother. "Why should it hate its master so?" The mujik told her all that had happened. "A bad piece of work, my son," said the old woman. "The dog was disgusted at your not helping it. There it was fighting with the corpse, and you deserted it, and thought only of saving yourself. Now it will owe you a grudge for ever so long." Next morning, while the family were going about the farmyard, the dog was perfectly quiet. But the moment its master made his appearance, it began to growl like anything. They fastened it to a chain. For a whole year they kept it chained up. But in spite of that, it never forgot how its master had offended it. One day it got loose, flew straight at him, and began trying to throttle him. So they had to kill it. In the next story a most detailed account is given of the manner in which a vampire sets to work, and also of the best means of ridding the world of it. The Soldier and the Vampire. 412. A certain soldier was allowed to go home on furlough. Well, he walked and walked, and after a time he began to draw near to his native village. Not far off from that village lived a miller in his mill. In old times the soldier had been very intimate with him. Why shouldn't he go and see his friend? He went. The miller received him cordially, and at once brought out liquor, and the two began drinking, and chattering about their ways and doings. All this took place towards nightfall, and the soldier stopped so long at the miller's that it grew quite dark. When he proposed to start for his village, his host exclaimed, "Spend the night here, trooper. It's very late now, and perhaps you might run into mischief." "How so?" "God is punishing us. A terrible warlock has died among us, and by night he rises from his grave, wanders through the village, and does such things as bring fear upon the very boldest. How could even you help being afraid of him? Not a bit of it. A soldier is a man who belongs to the crown, and crown property cannot be drowned in water nor burnt in fire. I'll be off, I'm tremendously anxious to see my people as soon as possible. Off he set. His road lay in front of a graveyard. On one of the graves he saw a great fire blazing. What's that, thinks he. Let's have a look. When he drew near, he saw that the warlock was sitting by the fire, sewing boots. "Hail, brother," calls out the soldier. The warlock looked up and said, "What have you come here for?" "Why, I wanted to see what you're doing." The warlock threw his work aside and invited the soldier to a wedding. "Come along, brother," says he, "let's enjoy ourselves. There's a wedding going on in the village." "Come along," says the soldier. They came to where the wedding was. There they were given drink, and treated with the utmost hospitality. The warlock drank and drank, revelled, and then grew angry. He chased all the guests and relatives out of the house, threw the wedded pair into a slumber, took out 2 files and an awl, pierced the hands of the bride and bridegroom with the awl, and began drawing off their blood. Having done this, he said to the soldier, "Now let's be off." Well, they went off. On the way the soldier said, "Tell me, why did you draw off their blood in those files?" "Why, in order that the bride and bridegroom might die. Tomorrow morning no one will be able to wake them. I alone know how to bring them back to life." "How's that managed?" "The bride and bridegroom must have cuts made in their heels, and some of their own blood must then be poured back into those wounds. I've got the bridegroom's blood stowed away in my right-hand pocket, and the bride's in my left." The soldier listened to this without letting a single word escape him. Then the warlock began boasting again. "Whatever I wish," says he, "that I can do." "I suppose it's quite impossible to get the better of you," says the soldier. "Why impossible? If anyone were to make a pyre of aspen boughs, 100 loads of them, and were to burn me on that pyre, then he'd be able to get the better of me. Only he'd have to look out sharp in burning me, for snakes and worms and different kinds of reptiles would creep out of my inside, and crows and magpies and jackdaws would come flying up. All these must be caught and flung on the pyre. If so much as a single maggot were to escape, then there'd be no help for it, in that maggot I should slip away." The soldier listened to all this and did not forget it. He and the warlock talked, and at last they arrived at the grave. "Well, brother," said the warlock, "now I'll tear you to pieces. Otherwise you'd be telling all this." "What are you talking about? Don't you deceive yourself, I serve God and the Emperor." The warlock gnashed his teeth, howled aloud, and sprang at the soldier, who drew his sword and began laying about him with sweeping blows. They struggled and struggled. The soldier was all but at the end of his strength. "Ah," thinks he, "I'm a lost man, and all for nothing." Suddenly the cocks began to crow. The warlock fell lifeless to the ground. The soldier took the phials of blood out of the warlock's pockets, and went on to the house of his own people. When he had got there, and had exchanged greetings with his relatives, they said, "Did you see any disturbance, soldier?" "No, I saw none." "There now. Why, we've a terrible piece of work going on in the village. A warlock has taken to haunting it." After talking a while, they lay down to sleep. Next morning the soldier awoke, and began asking, "I'm told you've got a wedding going on somewhere here." "There was a wedding in the house of a rich mujik," replied his relatives, "but the bride and bridegroom have died this very night. What from, nobody knows." "Where does this mujik live?" They showed him the house. Thither he went without speaking a word. When he got there, he found the whole family in tears. "What are you mourning about?" says he. "Such and such is the state of things, soldier," say they. "I can bring your young people to life again. What will you give me if I do?" "Take what you like, even were it half of what we've got." The soldier did as the warlock had instructed him, and brought the young people back to life. Instead of weeping there began to be happiness and rejoicing. The soldier was hospitably treated and well rewarded. Then left about face. Off he marched to the starosta, and told him to call the peasants together and to get ready 100 loads of aspen wood. Well, they took the wood into the graveyard, dragged the warlock out of his grave, placed him on the pyre, and set it alight, the people all standing round in a circle with brooms, shovels, and fire irons. The pyre became wrapped in flames, the warlock began to burn. His corpse burst, and out of it crept snakes, worms, and all sorts of reptiles, and up came flying crows, magpies, and jackdaws. The peasants knocked them down and flung them into the fire, not allowing so much as a single maggot to creep away. And so the warlock was thoroughly consumed, and the soldier collected his ashes and strewed them to the winds. From that time forth there was peace in the village. The soldier received the thanks of the whole community. He stayed at home some time, enjoying himself thoroughly. Then he went back to the Tsar's service with money in his pocket. When he had served his time, he retired from the army, and began to live at his ease. The stories of this class are very numerous, all of them based on the same belief that in certain cases the dead, in a material shape, leave their graves in order to destroy and prey upon the living. This belief is not peculiar to the Slavonians, but it is one of the characteristic features of their spiritual creed. Among races which burn their dead, remarks Hertz in his exhaustive treatise on the werewolf, p. 126, little is known of regular corpse specters. Only vague apparitions, dream-like phantoms, are supposed, as a general rule, to issue from graves in which nothing more substantial than ashes has been laid. 413 But where it is customary to lay the dead body in the ground, a peculiar half-life becomes attributed to it by popular fancy, and by some races it is supposed to be actuated at intervals by murderous impulses. In the East these are generally attributed to the fact of its being possessed by an evil spirit, but in some parts of Europe no such explanation of its conduct is given, though it may often be implied. The belief in vampires is the specific Slavonian form of the universal belief in specters, Gespenster, says Hertz, and certainly vampirism has always made those lands peculiarly its own which are or have been tenanted or greatly influenced by Slavonians. But animated corpses often play an important part in the traditions of other countries. Among the Scandinavians, and especially in Iceland, were they the cause of many fears, though they were not supposed to be impelled by a thirst for blood so much as by other carnal appetites. 414 Or by a kind of local molly. Good nighty. 415 In Germany tales of horror similar to the Icelandic are by no means unknown, but the majority of them are to be found in districts which were once wholly Lettic or Slavonic, though they are now reckoned as Teutonic, such as East Prussia, or Pomerania, or Lusatia. But it is among the races which are Slavonic by tongue as well as by descent, that the genuine vampire tales flourish most luxuriantly, in Russia, in Poland, and in Servia, among the Czechs of Bohemia, and the Slovaks of Hungary, and the numerous other subdivisions of the Slavonic family which are included within the heterogeneous Empire of Austria. Among the Albanians and modern Greeks they have taken firm root, but on those peoples a strong Slavonic influence has been brought to bear. Even Professor Bernhard Schmidt, although an uncompromising opponent of Fall-Myrayer's doctrines with regard to the Slavonic origin of the present inhabitants of Greece, allows that the Greeks, as they borrowed from the Slavonians a name for the vampire, may have received from them also certain views and customs with respect to it. 416 Beyond this he will not go, and he quotes a number of passages from Hellenic writers to prove that in ancient Greece specters were frequently represented as delighting in blood, and sometimes as exercising a power to destroy. Nor will he admit that any very great stress ought to be laid upon the fact that the vampire is generally called in Greece by a name of Slavonic extraction, for in the islands, which were, he says, little if at all affected by Slavonic influences, the vampire bears a thoroughly Hellenic designation. 417 But the thirst for blood attributed by Homer to his shadowy ghost seems to have been of a different nature from that evinced by the material vampire of modern days, nor does that ghastly revenant seem by any means fully to correspond to such ghostly destroyers as the spirit of Jello, or the specters of Medea's slaughtered children. It is not only in the vampire, however, that we find a point of close contact between the popular beliefs of the New Greeks and the Slavonians. Professor Bernhard Schmidt's excellent work is full of examples which prove how intimately they are connected. The districts of the Russian Empire in which a belief in vampires mostly prevails are White Russia and the Ukraine. But the ghastly bloodsucker, the Upper 418 whose name has become naturalized in so many alien lands under forms resembling our vampire, disturbs the peasant mind in many other parts of Russia, though not perhaps with the same intense fear which it spreads among the inhabitants of the above-named districts, or of some other Slavonic lands. The numerous traditions which have gathered around the original idea vary to some extent according to their locality, but they are never radically inconsistent. Some of the details are curious. The Little Russians hold that if a vampire's hands have grown numb from remaining long crossed in the grave, he makes use of his teeth, which are like steel. When he has gnawed his way with these through all obstacles, he first destroys the babes he finds in a house, and then the older inmates. If fine salt be scattered on the floor of a room, the vampire's footsteps may be traced to his grave, in which he will be found resting with rosy cheek and gory mouth. The Kashubs say that when a Vyassi, as they call the vampire, wakes from his sleep within the grave, he begins to gnaw his hands and feet, and as he gnaws, one after another, first his relations, then his other neighbors, sicken and die. When he has finished his own store of flesh, he rises at midnight and destroys cattle, or climbs a belfry and sounds the bell. All who hear the ill-omened tones will soon die. But generally he sucks the blood of sleepers. Those on whom he has operated will be found next morning dead, with a very small wound on the left side of the breast, exactly over the heart. The Lusatiennes hold that when a corpse chews its shroud or sucks its own breast, all its kin will soon follow it to the grave. The Wallachians say that a Muroni is sort of cross between a werewolf and a vampire, connected by name with our nightmare, can take the form of a dog, a cat, or a toad, and also of any blood-sucking insect. When he is exhumed, he is found to have long nails of recent growth on his hands and feet, and blood is streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The Russian stories give a very clear account of the operation performed by the vampire on his victims. Thus, one night, a peasant is conducted by a stranger into a house where lie two sleepers, an old man and a youth. The stranger takes a pail, places it near the youth, and strikes him on the back. Immediately the back opens, and forth flows rosy blood. The stranger fills the pail full, and drinks it dry. Then he fills another pail with blood from the old man, slakes his brutal thirst, and says to the peasant, "It begins to grow light, let us go back to my dwelling." 419 Many skazkas also contain, as we have already seen, very clear directions how to deprive a vampire of his baleful power. According to them, as well as to their parallels elsewhere, a stake must be driven through the murderous corpse. In Russia an aspen stake is selected for that purpose, but in some places one made of thorn is preferred. But a Bohemian vampire, when staked in this manner in the year 1337, says Manhart 420, merely exclaimed that the stick would be very useful for keeping off dogs, and a Strigan, or Istrian vampire, who was transfixed with a sharp thorn cudgel near Laybach, in 1672, pulled it out of his body and flung it back contemptuously. The only certain methods of destroying a vampire appear to be either to consume him by fire, or to chop off his head with a grave digger's shovel. The Wends say that if a vampire is hit over the back of the head with an implement of that kind, he will squeal like a pig. The origin of the vampire is hidden in obscurity. In modern times it has generally been a wizard, or a witch, or a suicide 421, or a person who has come to a violent end, or who has been cursed by the church or by his parents, who takes such an unpleasant means of recalling himself to the memory of his surviving relatives and acquaintances. But even the most honorable dead may become vampires by accident. He whom a vampire has slain is supposed, in some countries, himself to become a vampire. The leaping of a cat or some other animal across a corpse, even the flight of a bird above it, may turn the innocent defunct into a ravenous demon 422. Sometimes, moreover, a man is destined from his birth to be a vampire, being the offspring of some unholy union. In some instances the evil one himself is the father of such a doomed victim, in others a temporarily animated corpse. But whatever may be the cause of a corpse's vampirism, it is generally agreed that it will give its neighbors no rest until they have at least transfixed it. What is very remarkable about the operation is, that the stake must be driven through the vampire's body by a single blow. A second would restore it to life. This idea accounts for the otherwise unexplained fact that the heroes of folk tales are frequently warned that they must on no account be tempted into striking their magic foes more than one stroke. Whatever voices may cry aloud strike again, they must remain contented with a single blow. 423 footnotes, 379. Some account of Russian funeral rites and beliefs, and of the dirges which are sung at buryings and memorials of the dead, will be found in the Songs of the Russian People, pages 309 to 344. 380 Afanasyev, 4. Number 7. From the Archangel Government. 381 Hornovsui, i.e. millstones, or a handmill. 382 pp 341 to 349 of the first edition. See, also, for some other versions of the story, as well as for an attempt to explain it, A. de Gubernates, Zoological Mythology, I 243, 244. 383 C. Supra, Chapter IP 36. 384 Afanasyev, 4. Number 9. 385 Ibid, 4. Number 7. P 34. 386 Pregovayavat equals to say or sing while using certain, usually menacing, gestures. 387 Afanasyev, 4. P 35. 388 Afanasyev, 6. Number 2. 389 Afanasyev, Legendui, number 33. 390 Chudinsky, number 9. 391 Afanasyev, v number 47. From the Tver government. 392 You have fallen here Naladno. Ladno means well, propitiously, and c, also in tune. 393 Nenashi equals not ours. 394 Gospodi Blagoslavi. Exactly our God bless us, with us now merely an expression of surprise. 395 is adu chromieshnago equals from the last hell. Chromieshnaya tima equals utter darkness. Chromieshni, or chromieshnaya, is sometimes used by itself to signify hell. 396 ha pamin dushi. Pamin equals remembrance, also prayers for the dead. 397 Afanasav, 7. Number 20. In some variants of this story, instead of the three holy elders appear the Savior, Saint Nicholas, and Saint Mitrophon. 398 Dinek, Grimm, K.M., number 76, and volume 3. Pages 125-6. 399 Wenzig, number 17, pages 82-6. 400 C. Chap IP 32. 401 Afanasav, VP 144. 402 Afanasav, 6, P 322, 323. 403 Evening Gatherings of Young People. 404 Afanasav, V number 30A, pages 140-2. From the Voronezh government. 405 Obedna, the service answering to the Latin Mass. 406 at the end of the Obedna. 407 the kosa or single braid in which Russian girls wear their hair. See Songs of the Russian People, pages 272-5. On a story of this kind Goethe founded his weird ballad of Der Totentanz. C.F. Bertram Sagan, number 18. 408 Afanasav, v. pages 142-4. From the Tambov government. 409 Afanasav, 6. Pages 324, 325. 410 Chasovenka, a small chapel, shrine, or oratory. 411 Afanasav, 6. pp 321, 322. 412 Afanasav, v. pages 144-7. From the Tambov government. 413 On this account Hanish believes that the old Slavonians, as burners of their dead, must have borrowed the vampire belief from some other race. See the Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythology, N.C., Volume 4. p. 199. But it is not certain that burial by cremation was universally practiced by the heathen Slavonians. Kotlyarovsky, in his excellent work on their funeral customs, arrives at the conclusion that there never was any general rule on the subject, but that some Slavonians buried without burning, while others first burned their dead, and then inhumed their ashes. See Songs of the Russian People, p. 325. 414 See the Strange Stories in Mora's Islandisk Volkssagen, pages 112 and 300, 301. 415 As in the case of Glam, the terrible spectre which Grettir had so much difficulty in overcoming. To all who appreciate a shudder may be recommended chapter XXXV. Of the story of Grettir the Strong, translated from the Icelandic by E. Magnusson and W. Morris, 1869. 416 The ordinary modern Greek word for a vampire, beta omicron upsilon rho kappa lambda alpha, he says, is undoubtedly of Slavonic origin, being identical with the Slavonic name of the werewolf, which is called in Bohemian Vilkadlak, in Bulgarian and Slovak, Verkalak, and c. the vampire and the werewolf having many points in common. Moreover, the regular name for a vampire in Servian, he remarks, is Vukadlak. This proves the Slavonian nature, die Slavicitat, of the name beyond all doubt. Volkslebender Negrichen, 1871, p. 159. 417 in Crete and Rhodes, Kappa Alpha Tau Alpha Chi Alpha Nu, in Cyprus, Sigma Alpha Rho Kappa Omega Mu Nu Omicron, in Tenos, Nu Alpha Iota Kappa Alpha Theta Omicron Mu Epsilon Nu Omicron. The Turks, according to Mr. Tozer, give the name of Furkalak, and some of the Albanians, says Hahn, give that of Beta Omicron Upsilon Rho Beta Omicron Lambda Kappa Omicron Upsilon to the restless dead. Ibid, p. 160. 418 Russian Vampir, South Russian Upur, anciently Upper, Polish Upir, Polish and Bohemian Upur. Supposed by some philologists to be from pit equals drink, whence the Croatian name for a vampire Pjewika. See Songs of the Russian People, p. 410. 419 Afanasiev, pvs 3. 558 The story is translated in full in Songs of the Russian People, pages 411, 412, 420 in a most valuable article on vampirism in the Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythologie und Sittenkunde, BD 4. 1859, pages 259 to 82. 421 How superior our intelligence is to that of Slavonian peasants is proved by the fact that they still drive stakes through supposed vampires, whereas our law no longer demands that a suicide shall have a stake driven through his corpse. That right was abolished by 4Go4. C. 52. 422 Compare with this belief the Scotch superstition mentioned by Pennant, that if a dog or cat pass over a corpse the animal must be killed at once. As illustrative of this idea, Mr. Henderson states, on the authority of an old Northumbrian hind, that in one case, just as a funeral was about to leave the house, the cat jumped over the coffin, and no one would move till the cat was destroyed. In another, a collie dog jumped over a coffin which a funeral party had set on the ground while they rested. It was felt by all that the dog must be killed, without hesitation, before they proceeded farther, and killed it was. With us the custom survives, its explanation has been forgotten. See Henderson's Notes on the Folklore of the Northern Counties of England, 1866, p. 43. 423 A great deal of information about vampires, and also about turnskins, wizards, and witches, will be found in Afanasiev, pvs 3. Chapter XXVI, on which I have freely drawn. The subject has been treated with his usual judgment and learning by Mr. Tyler in his Primitive Culture, 2. 175, 176. For several ghastly stories about the longing of Rakshasas and Vitalas for human flesh, some of which bear a strong resemblance to Slavonic vampire tales, see Brockhaus's translation of the first 5 books of the Kathasarit Sagara, Volume IP 94, Volume 2. Pages 13, 142, 147. Chapter 6. Legends. I about saints. As besides the songs or pisni there are current among the people a number of stiki or poems on sacred subjects, so together with the skazki there have been retained in the popular memory a multitude of legendui, or legends relating to persons or incidents mentioned in the Bible or in ecclesiastical history. Many of them have been extracted from the various apocryphal books which in olden times had so wide a circulation, and many also from the lives of the saints. Some of them may be traced to such adaptations of Indian legends as the Varlam and Josaphat attributed to Saint John of Damascus, and others appear to be ancient heathen traditions, which, with altered names and slightly modified incidents, have been made to do service as Christian narratives. But whatever may be their origin, they all bear witness to the fact of their having been exposed to various influences, and many of them may fairly be considered as relics of hoar antiquity, memorials of that misty period when the pious Slavonian chronicler, struck by the confusion of Christian with heathen ideas and ceremonies then prevalent, styled his countrymen a two-faithed people. 424 On the popular tales of a religious character current among the Russian peasantry, the duality of their creed, or of that of their ancestors, has produced a twofold effect. On the one hand, into narratives drawn from purely Christian sources there has entered a pagan element, most clearly perceptible in stories which deal with demons and departed spirits. On the other hand, an attempt has been made to give a Christian nature to what are manifestly heathen legends, by lending saintly names to their characters and clothing their ideas in an imitation of biblical language. Of such stories as these, it will be as well to give a few specimens. Among the legends borrowed from the apocryphal books and similar writings, many of which are said to be still carefully preserved among the schismatics, concealed in hiding places of which the secret is handed down from father to son, as was once the case with the Hussite books among the Bohemians, there are many which relate to the creation of the world and the early history of man. One of these states that when the Lord had created Adam and Eve, he stationed at the gates of paradise the dog, then a clean beast, giving it strict orders not to give admittance to the evil one. But the evil one came to the gates of paradise, and threw the dog a piece of bread, and the dog went and let the evil one into paradise. Then the evil one set to work and spat over Adam and Eve, covered them all over with spittle, from the head to the little toe of the left foot. Thence is it that spittle is impure, pogana. So Adam and Eve were turned out of paradise, and the Lord said to the dog, Listen, O dog, thou wert a dog, so beka, a clean beast, through all paradise the most holy didst thou roam. Henceforward shalt thou be a hound, peas, or pios, an unclean beast. Into a dwelling it shall be a sin to admit thee, into a church if thou dost run, the church must be consecrated anew. And so the story concludes. Ever since that time it has been called not a dog but a hound. Skin deep it is unclean, pogana, but clean within. According to another story, when men first inhabited the earth, they did not know how to build houses, so as to keep themselves warm in winter. But instead of asking aid from the Lord, they applied to the devil, who taught them how to make an izba or ordinary Russian cottage. Following his instructions, they made wooden houses, each of which had a door but no window. Inside these huts it was warm, but there was no living in them, on account of the darkness. So the people went back to the evil one. The evil one strove and strove, but nothing came of it, the izba still remained pitch dark. Then the people prayed unto the Lord. And the Lord said, Hew out a window. So they hewed out windows, and it became light. 425 Some of the Russian traditions about the creation of man are closely connected with Teutonic myths. The schismatics called Tukabortsui, or spirit wrestlers, for instance, hold that man was composed of earthly materials, but that God breathed into his body the breath of life. His flesh was made of earth, his bones of stone, his veins of roots, his blood of water, his hair of grass, his thought of the wind, his spirit of the cloud. 426 Many of the Russian stories about the early ages of the world, also, are current in Western Europe, such as that about the rye, which in olden days was a mass of ears from top to bottom. But some lazy harvest women having cursed God's corn, the Lord waxed wroth and began to strip the ears from the stem. But when the last ear was about to fall, the Lord had pity upon the penitent culprits, and allowed the single ear to remain as we now see it. 427 A little Russian variant of this story says that Elijah, was so angry at seeing the base uses to which a woman turned God's corn, that he began to destroy all the corn in the world. But a dog begged for, and received a few ears. From these, after Elijah's wrath was spent, mankind obtained seed, and corn began to grow again on the face of the earth, but not in its pristine bulk and beauty. It is on account of the good service thus rendered to our race that we ought to cherish and feed the dog. 428. Another story, from the Archangel government, tells how a certain king, as he roamed afield with his princes and boyars, found a grain of corn as large as a sparrow's egg. Marveling greatly at its size, he tried in vain to obtain from his followers some explanation thereof. Then they bethought them of a certain man from among the old people, who might be able to tell them something about it. But when the old man came, scarcely able to crawl along on a pair of crutches, he said he knew nothing about it, but perhaps his father might remember something. So they sent for his father, who came limping along with the help of one crutch, and who said, "I have a father living, in whose granary I have seen just such a seed." So they sent for his father, a man 170 years old. And the patriarch came, walking nimbly, needing neither guide nor crutch. Then the king began to question him, saying, "Who sowed this sort of corn?" "I sowed it, and reaped it," answered the old man, "and now I have some of it in my granary. I keep it as a memorial. When I was young, the grain was large and plentiful, but after a time it began to grow smaller and smaller. Now tell me," asked the king, "how comes it, old man, that thou goest more nimbly than thy son and thy grandson?" "Because I lived according to the law of the Lord," answered the old man. "I held mine own, I grasped not at what was another's." 429. The existence of hills is accounted for by legendary lore in this wise. When the Lord was about to fashion the face of the earth, he ordered the devil to dive into the watery depths and bring thence a handful of the soil he found at the bottom. The devil obeyed, but when he filled his hand, he filled his mouth also. The Lord took the soil, sprinkled it around, and the earth appeared, all perfectly flat. The devil, whose mouth was quite full, looked on for some time in silence. At last he tried to speak, but choked, and fled in terror. After him followed the thunder and the lightning, and so he rushed over the whole face of the earth, hills springing up where he coughed, and sky-cleaving mountains where he leaped. 430. As in other countries, a number of legends are current respecting various animals. Thus the old ritualists will not eat the crayfish, rak, holding that it was created by the devil. On the other hand, the snake, ooze, the harmless or common snake, is highly esteemed, for tradition says that when the devil, in the form of a mouse, had gnawed a hole in the ark, and thereby endangered the safety of Noah and his family, the snake stopped up the leak with its head. 431. The flesh of the horse is considered unclean, because when the infant Savior was hidden in the manger, the horse kept eating the hay under which the babe was concealed, whereas the ox not only would not touch it, but brought back hay on its horns to replace what the horse had eaten. According to an old Lithuanian tradition, the shape of the soul is due to the fact that the Queen of the Baltic Sea once ate one half of it and threw the other half into the sea again. A legend from the Kherson government accounts for it as follows. At the time of the angelical salutation, the Blessed Virgin told the Archangel Gabriel that she would give credit to his words if a fish, one side of which had already been eaten, were to come to life again. That very moment the fish came to life, and was put back in the water. With the birds many graceful legends are connected. There is a bird, probably the peewit, which during dry weather may be seen always on the wing, and piteously crying Pete, Pete. 432, as if begging for water. Of it the following tale is told. When God created the earth, and determined to supply it with seas, lakes, and rivers, he ordered the birds to convey the waters to their appointed places. They all obeyed except this bird, which refused to fulfill its duty, saying that it had no need of seas, lakes, or rivers, to slake its thirst. Then the Lord waxed wroth and forbade it and its posterity ever to approach a sea or stream, allowing it to quench its thirst with that water only which remains in hollows and among stones after rain. From that time it has never ceased its wailing cry of drink, drink. Pete 433. When the Jews were seeking for Christ in the garden, says a Kharkov legend, all the birds, except the sparrow, tried to draw them away from his hiding place. Only the sparrow attracted them thither by its shrill chirruping. Then the Lord cursed the sparrow, and forbade that men should eat of its flesh. In other parts of Russia, tradition tells that before the crucifixion the swallows carried off the nails provided for the use of the executioners, but the sparrows brought them back. And while our Lord was hanging on the cross the sparrows were maliciously exclaiming Jif! Jif! Or he is living! He is living, in order to urge on the tormentors to fresh cruelties. But the swallows cried, with opposite intent, Ummer! Ummer! He is dead! He is dead! Therefore it is that to kill a swallow is a sin, and that its nest brings good luck to a house. But the sparrow is an unwelcome guest, whose entry into a cottage is a presage of woe. As a punishment for its sins, its legs have been fastened together by invisible bonds, and therefore it always hops, not being able to run. 434. A great number of the Russian legends refer to the visits which Christ and his apostles are supposed to pay to men's houses at various times, but especially during the period between Easter Sunday and Ascension Day. In the guise of indigent wayfarers, the sacred visitors enter into farmhouses and cottages and ask for food and lodging. Therefore to this day the Russian peasant is ever unwilling to refuse hospitality to any man, fearing lest he might repulse angels unawares. Tales of this kind are common in all Christian lands, especially in those in which their folklore has preserved some traces of the old faith in the heathen gods who once walked the earth, and in patriarchal fashion dispensed justice among men. Many of the Russian stories closely resemble those of a similar nature which occur in German and Scandinavian collections, all of them, for instance, agreeing in the unfavorable light in which they place Saint Peter. The following abridgment of the legend of the poor widow, 435, may be taken as a specimen of the Russian tales of this class. Long, long ago, Christ and his 12 apostles were wandering about the world, and they entered into a village one evening, and asked a rich mujik to allow them to spend the night in his house. But he would not admit them, crying, "Yonder lives a widow who takes in beggars, go to her." So they went to the widow, and asked her. Now she was so poor that she had nothing in the house but a crust of bread and a handful of flour. She had a cow, but it had not calved yet, and gave no milk. But she did all she could for the wayfarers, setting before them all the food she had, and letting them sleep beneath her roof. And her store of bread and flour was wonderfully increased, so that her guests fed and were satisfied. And the next morning they set out anew on their journey. As they went along the road there met them a wolf. And it fell down before the Lord, and begged for food. Then said the Lord, "Go to the poor widow's, slay her cow, and eat." The apostles remonstrated in vain. The wolf set off, entered the widow's cow house, and killed her cow. And when she heard what had taken place, she only said, "The Lord gave, the Lord has taken away. Holy is his will." As the sacred wayfarers pursued their journey, there came rolling towards them a barrel full of money. Then the Lord addressed it, saying, "Roll, O barrel, into the farmyard of the rich mujik." Again the apostles vainly remonstrated. The barrel went its way, and the rich mujik found it, and stowed it away, grumbling the while, "The Lord might as well have sent twice as much." The sun rose higher, and the apostles began to thirst. Then said the Lord, "Follow that road, and ye will find a well, there drink your fill." They went along that road and found the well. But they could not drink thereat, for its water was foul and impure, and swarming with snakes and frogs and toads. So they returned to where the Lord awaited them, described what they had seen, and resumed their journey. After a time they were sent in search of another well. And this time they found a place wherein was water pure and cool, and around grew wondrous trees, whereon heavenly birds sat singing. And when they had slaked their thirst, they returned unto the Lord, who said, Wherefore did ye tarry so long? We only stayed while we were drinking, replied the apostles. We did not spend above 3 minutes there in all. Not 3 minutes did ye spend there, but 3 whole years, replied the Lord. As it was in the first well, so will it be in the other world with the rich mujik. But as it was in the second well, so will it be in that world with the poor widow. Sometimes our Lord is supposed to wander by himself, under the guise of a beggar. In the story of Christ's brother 436, a young man whose father, on his deathbed, had charged him not to forget the poor goes to church on Easter Day, having provided himself with red eggs to give to the beggars with whom he should exchange the Paschal greeting. After exhausting his stock of presents, he finds that there remains one beggar of miserable appearance to whom he has nothing to offer, so he takes him home to dinner. After the meal the beggar exchanges crosses with his host 437, giving him a cross which blazes like fire, and invites him to pay him a visit on the following Tuesday. To an inquiry about the way, he replies, You have only to go along yonder path and say, Grant thy blessing, O Lord, and you will come to where I am. The young man does as he is told, and commences his journey on the Tuesday. On his way he hears voices, as though of children, crying, O Christ's brother, ask Christ for us, have we to suffer long? A little later he sees a group of girls who are ladling water from one well into another, who make the same request. At last he arrives at the end of his journey, finds the aged mendicant who had adopted him as his brother, and recognizes him as the Lord Jesus Christ himself. The youth relates what he has seen, and asks, Wherefore, O Lord, are the children suffering? Their mothers curse them while still unborn, is the reply. Therefore is it impossible for them to enter into paradise. And the girls? They used to sell milk, and they put water into the milk. Now they are doomed to pour water from well to well eternally. After this the youth is taken into paradise, and brought to the place there provided for him 438. Sometimes the sacred visitor rewards with temporal goods the kindly host who has hospitably received him. Thus the story of beer and corn 439 tells how a certain man was so poor that when the rest of the peasants were brewing beer, and making other preparations to celebrate an approaching feast of the church, he found his cupboard perfectly bare. In vain did he apply to a rich neighbor, who was in the habit of lending goods and money at usurious rates, having no security to offer, he could borrow nothing. But on the eve of the festival, when he was sitting at home in sadness, he suddenly rose and drew near to the sacred painting which hung in the corner, and sighed heavily, and said, O Lord, forgive me, sinner that I am. I have not even wherewith to buy oil, so as to light the lamp before the image 440 for the festival. Soon afterwards an old man entered the cottage, and obtained leave to spend the night there. After a time the guest inquired why his host was so sad, and on learning the reason, told him to go again to his rich neighbor and borrow a quarter of malt. The mujik obeyed, and soon returned with the malt, which the old man ordered him to throw into his well. When this was done the villager and his guest went to bed. Next morning the old man told his guest to borrow a number of tubs, and fill them with liquor drawn from the well, and then to make his neighbors assemble and drink it. He did so, and the buckets were filled with such beer as neither fancy nor imagination can conceive, but only a skazka can describe. The villagers, excited by the news, collected in crowds, and drank the beer and rejoiced. Last of all came the rich neighbor, begging to know how such wonderful beer was brewed. The mujik told him the whole story, whereupon he straightway commanded his servants to pour all his best malt into his well. And next day he hastened to the well to taste the liquor it contained, but he found nothing but malt and water, not a drop of beer was there. We may take next the legends current among the peasantry about various saints. Of these, the story of the prophet Elijah and Saint Nicholas will serve as a good specimen. But, in order to render it intelligible, a few words about Ilya the prophet, as Elijah is styled in Russia, may as well be prefixed. It is well known that in the days of heathenism the Slavonians worshipped a thunder god, Perun 441, who occupied in their mythological system the place which in the Teutonic was assigned to a Donner or a Thor. He was believed, if traditions may be relied upon, to sway the elements, often driving across the sky in a flaming car, and launching the shafts of the lightning at his demon foes. His name is still preserved by the Western and Southern Slavonians in many local phrases, especially in imprecations, but, with the introduction of Christianity into Slavonic lands, all this worship of his divinity came to an end. Then took place, as had occurred before in other countries, the merging of numerous portions of the old faith in the new, the transferring of many of the attributes of the old gods to the sacred personages of the new religion. 442. During this period of transition, the ideas which were formerly associated with the person of Perun, the thunder god, became attached to that of the prophet Ilya or Elijah. One of the causes which conduced to this result may have been if Perun really was considered in old times, as he is said to have been, the Lord of the harvest, that the day consecrated by the Church to Elijah, July 20th, occurs in the beginning of the harvest season, and therefore the peasants naturally connected their new saint with their old deity. But with more certainty may it be accepted that, the leading cause was the similarity which appeared to the recent converts to prevail between their dethroned thunder god and the prophet who was connected with drought and with rain, whose enemies were consumed by fire from on high, and on whom waited a chariot of fire and horses of fire, when he was caught up by a whirlwind into heaven. And so at the present day, according to Russian tradition, the prophet Ilya thunders across the sky in a flaming car, and smites the clouds with the darts of the lightning. In the Vladimir government he is said to destroy devils with stone arrows, weapons corresponding to the hammer of Thor and the lance of Indra. On his day the peasants everywhere expect thunder and rain, and in some places they set out rye and oats on their gates, and ask their clergy to laud the name of Ilya, that he may bless their cornfields with plenteousness. There are districts, also, in which the people go to church in a body on Ilya's day, and after the service is over they kill and roast a beast which has been purchased at the expense of the community. Its flesh is cut up into small pieces and sold, the money paid for it going to the church. To stay away from this ceremony, or not to purchase a piece of the meat, would be considered a great sin. To mow or make hay on that day would be to incur a terrible risk, for Ilya might smite the field with the thunder, or burn up the crop with the lightning. In the old Novgorod there used to be two churches, the one dedicated to Ilya the wet, the other to Ilya the dry. To these a cross-bearing procession was made when a change in the weather was desired, to the former in times of drought, to the latter when injury was being done to the crops by rain. Diseases being considered to be evil spirits, invalids used to pray to the thunder god for relief. And so, at the present day, a zagovor, or spell against the Siberian cattle plague entreats the holy prophet of God Ilya, to send 30 angels in golden array, with bows and with arrows to destroy it. The Servians say that at the division of the world Ilya received the thunder and lightning as his share, and that the crash and blaze of the storm are signs of his contest with the devil. Wherefore the faithful ought not to cross themselves when the thunder peals, lest the evil one should take refuge from the heavenly weapons behind the protecting cross. The Bulgarians say that forked lightning is the lance of Ilya who is chasing the Lamia fiend. Summer lightning is due to the sheen of that lance, or to the fire issuing from the nostrils of his celestial steeds. The white clouds of summer are named by them his heavenly sheep, and they say that he compels the spirits of dead gypsies to form pellets of snow by men styled hail, with which he scourges in summer the fields of sinners. 443 Such are a few of the ideas connected by Slavonian tradition with the person of the prophet Elijah or Ilya. To Saint Nicholas, who has succeeded to the place occupied by an ancient ruler of the waters, a milder character is attributed than to Ilya, the thunder god's successor. As Ilya is the counterpart of Thor, so does Nicholas in some respects resemble Odin. The special characteristics of the saint and the prophet are fairly contrasted in the following story. Elijah the prophet and Nicholas. 444 A long while ago there lived a mujik. Nicholas's day he always kept holy, but Elijah's not a bit, he would even work upon it. In honor of Saint Nicholas he would have a taper lighted and a service performed, but about Elijah the prophet he forgot so much as to think. Well, it happened one day that Elijah and Nicholas were walking over the land belonging to this mujik, and as they walked they looked in the cornfields. The green blades were growing up so splendidly that it did one's heart good to look at them. "Here'll be a good harvest, a right good harvest," says Nicholas, and the mujik, too, is a good fellow sure enough, both honest and pious, one who remembers God and thinks about the saints. "It will fall into good hands, we'll see by and by whether much will fall to his share," answered Elijah, "when I've burnt up all his land with lightning, and beaten it all flat with hail, then this mujik of yours will know what's right, and will learn to keep Elijah's day holy." Well, they wrangled and wrangled, then they parted asunder. Saint Nicholas went off straight to the mujik and said, "Sell all your corn at once, just as it stands, to the priest of Elijah." 445 If you don't, nothing will be left of it, it will all be beaten flat by hail. Off rushed the mujik to the priest. "Won't your reverence buy some standing corn? I'll sell my whole crop. I'm in such pressing need of money just now. It's a case of pay up with me." "Buy it, father. I'll sell it cheap." They bargained, and came to an agreement. The mujik got his money and went home. Some little time passed by. There gathered together, there came rolling up, a storm cloud, with a terrible raining and hailing did it empty itself over the mujik's cornfields, cutting down all the crop as if with a knife, not even a single blade did it leave standing. Next day Elijah and Nicholas walked past. Says Elijah, "Only see how I've devastated the mujik's cornfield." The mujik's, "No, brother. Devastated it you have splendidly, only that field belongs to the Elijah priest, not to the mujik." "To the priest? How's that?" "Why, this way. The mujik sold it last week to the Elijah priest, and got all the money for it. And so, methinks, the priest may whistle for his money." "Stop a bit," said Elijah. "I'll set the field all right again. It shall be twice as good as it was before." They finished talking, and went each his own way. Saint Nicholas returned to the mujik, and said, "Go to the priest and buy back your crop, you won't lose anything by it." The mujik went to the priest, made his bow, and said, "I see, your reverence, God has sent you a misfortune. The hail has beaten the whole field so flat you might roll a ball over it. Since things are so, let's go halves in the loss. I'll take my field back, and here's half of your money for you to relieve your distress." The priest was rejoiced, and they immediately struck hands on the bargain. Meanwhile goodness knows how the mujik's ground began to get all right. From the old roots shot forth new tender stems. Rain clouds came sailing exactly over the cornfield and gave the soil to drink. There sprang up a marvelous crop tall and thick. As to weeds, there positively was not one to be seen. And the ears grew fuller and fuller, till they were fairly bent right down to the ground. Then the dear sun glowed, and the rye grew ripe like so much gold did it stand in the fields. Many a sheaf did the mujik gather, many a heap of sheaves did he set up, and now he was beginning to carry the crop, and to gather it together into ricks. At that very time Elijah and Nicholas came walking by again. Joyfully did the prophet gaze on all the land, and say, "Only look, Nicholas, what a blessing! Why, I have rewarded the priest in such wise, that he will never forget it all his life." The priest? No, brother. The blessing indeed is great, but this land, you see, belongs to the mujik. The priest hasn't got anything whatsoever to do with it. What are you talking about? It's perfectly true. When the hail beat all the cornfield flat, the mujik went to the priest and bought it back again at half price. Stop a bit, says Elijah. I'll take the profit out of the corn. However many sheaves the mujik may lay on the threshing floor, he shall never thresh out of them more than a peck 446 at a time. A bad piece of work, thinks Saint Nicholas. Off he went at once to the mujik. Mind, says he, when you begin threshing your corn, never put more than one sheaf at a time on the threshing floor. The mujik began to thresh, from every sheaf he got a peck of grain. All his bins, all his storehouses, he crammed with rye, but still much remained over. So he built himself new barns, and filled them as full as they could hold. Well, one day Elijah and Nicholas came walking past his homestead, and the prophet began looking here and there, and said, "Do you see what barns he's built? Has he got anything to put into them?" "They're quite full already," answers Nicholas. "Why, wherever did the mujik get such a lot of grain?" "Bless me! Why, every one of his sheaves gave him a peck of grain. When he began to thresh he never put more than one sheaf at a time on the threshing floor." "Ah, brother Nicholas," said Elijah, guessing the truth, "it's you who go and tell the mujik everything." "What an idea, that I should go and tell as you please, that's your doing. But that mujik shan't forget me in a hurry." "Why, what are you going to do to him?" "What I shall do, that I won't tell you," replies Elijah. "There's a great danger coming," thinks Saint Nicholas, and he goes to the mujik again, and says, "Buy 2 tapers, a big one and a little one, and do thus and thus with them." Well, next day the prophet Elijah and Saint Nicholas were walking along together in the guise of wayfarers, and they met the mujik, who was carrying 2 wax tapers, one, a big rubble one, and the other, a tiny kopeck one. "Where are you going, mujik?" asked Saint Nicholas. "Well, I'm going to offer a rubble taper to Prophet Elijah, he's been ever so good to me. When my crops were ruined by the hail, he bestirred himself like anything, and gave me a plentiful harvest, twice as good as the other would have been." "And the kopeck taper, what's that for?" "Why, that's for Nicholas," said the peasant and passed on. "There now, Elijah," says Nicholas, "you say I go and tell everything to the mujik, surely you can see for yourself how much truth there is in that." Thereupon the matter ended. Elijah was appeased and didn't threaten to hurt the mujik any more. And the mujik led a prosperous life, and from that time forward he held in equal honor Elijah's day and Nicholas's day. It is not always to the prophet Ilya that the power once attributed to Perun is now ascribed. The pagan wielder of the thunderbolt is represented in modern traditions by more than one Christian saint. Sometimes, as Saint George, he transfixes monsters with his lance, sometimes, as Saint Andrew, he smites with his mace a spot given over to witchcraft. There was a village, says one of the legends of the Chernigov government, in which lived more than 1,000 witches, and they used to steal the holy stars, until at last there was not one left to light our sinful world. Then God sent the holy Andrew, who struck with his mace, and all that village was swallowed up by the earth, and the place thereof became a swamp. 447 About St. George many stories are told, and still more ballads, if we may be allowed to call them so, are sung. Under the names of Georgy, Yuri, and Yegori the Brave, he is celebrated as a patron as well of wolves as of flocks and herds, as a Christian confessor struggling and suffering for the faith amid pagan foes, and as a chivalrous destroyer of snakes and dragons. The discrepancies which exist between the various representations given of his character and his functions are very glaring, but they may be explained by the fact that a number of legendary ideas sprung from separate sources have become associated with his name, so that in one story his actions are in keeping with the character of an old Slavonian deity, in another, with that of a Christian or a Buddhist saint. In some parts of Russia, when the cattle go out for the first time to the spring pastures, a pie, made in the form of a sheep, is cut up by the chief herdsman, and the fragments are preserved as a remedy against the diseases to which sheep are liable. On St. George's Day in spring, April 23, the fields are sanctified by a church service, at the end of which they are sprinkled with holy water. In the Tula government a similar service is held over the wells. On the same day, in some parts of Russia, a youth, who is called by the Slovenes the Green Yegori, is dressed like our own Jack in the Green, with foliage and flowers. Holding a lighted torch in one hand and a pie in the other, he goes out to the cornfields, followed by girls singing appropriate songs. A circle of brushwood is then lighted, in the center of which is set the pie. All who take ceremony then